यही सांस मेरे चल जाता है गले से like Chala. Hi guys, welcome back to a new stream. This is me, DSA 78. Day 8. Is it 8? Did I make it 8? 8. 8 like 8. 80, 80, 80. Sata. मैं बन के आया हूँ बनो 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 लंदन की अच्छा चलता है वैसे करो काम तुम्हें बेफिलहाल खबर एक संदूकों में मेरे अच्छे काम रखना चिट्ठी पालों में मेरे तुम सलाम रखना अंधेरा तेरा मैंने ले लिया मेरा चला सितारा तेरे नाम किया चन्ना मेरे चन्ना मेरे चन्ना मेरे चन्ना मेरे चन्ना मेरे This guy is ass. This guy is ass. Don't even need to see his videos, watch his videos. This guy's ass. Hi. 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 Okay, bambare. Barabom bang baro. Barabom bambare. Bale bale. Tum to. Tum to. Tum mere so sanam. और तुम मेरे हो सनम मेरी आँखें चौक से वही उम्र सनम सनम के oh sorry जरा we'll start. I have to do some. But I will state the assignment one final time. If you cannot create a basic technical directive between engineering splits, you will never survive a whiteboard architecture interview. You are forbidden from writing a single line of code for pattern 19 until you submit a technical breakdown explaining the physical memory cost of your string manipulation. Open the V8 ancient documentation, computer science literature or ECMA specification and research the following 4 concepts. String immutability and define exactly what it means that a primitive string cannot be altered in memory once it is declared. Immutability. Hey, bam 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 bare payale hu main. Oh pa 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 para pa 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 pa. In JavaScript, strings are strictly immutable, meaning that once a string is created, its data cannot be changed in place. According to MDN, WebDocs primitive velocity, strings have primitive values. While you can read specific characters using bracket notation, okay, any attempt to directly modify, mutate, or override a character in that string will fail silently or throw an error in the strict mode. Using index bracket notation to change a character has no effect on the original. Hello, no change. This attempt fails silently. The attempt fails silently. Method returns a brand new string. All built-in string methods, such as to uppercase, to replace, to slice, do not alter the source text. They calculate the result and return a completely separate string value. Output Alex, the method returned Alex but did not modify name. All built-in string methods such as to uppercase, replace, slice do not alter the source text. Do not alter the source text. They calculate the result and return a completely separate string. Immutable versus reassignment. It is mama, mama disani, mama disani, mama. Okay, it is easy to confuse value modification with variable assignment. While the string data itself in memory cannot alter, a variable declared with let or var can point to a new value entirely. So can point. Okay, the variable now holds a completely different string. It holds a completely different string. Static code dynamic assignment to it is easy to confuse value modification with variable assignment. While the string data itself in memory cannot alter, a variable declared with let or var can point to a new entire variable. They're pointing to different ones, okay? Naturally, banke hawa. Zarrata, zari. To update text data, you must build a new string and save it by reassigning a variable. To update text data, you must build a new string and save it by reassigning your variable. To update a text data, you must build a new string and save it by reassigning your variable. You must build a new string and save it by reassigning a variable. Bat. Cat becomes a bat. Override the variable. To update text data, modify a string value. To update text data, you must build a new string and save it by reassigning your variable. I mean, the variable can point to different strings, but if we want to update the string, we must build a new string and save it by reassigning your variable. B plus concatenation phrase or slice one. Okay, overrides the variable with a freshly built-in string. Bad. To see a comprehensive overview, how memory allocation for primitive during operations like slicing or parsing, you can explore the MDM memory guide. Heap allocation. If you are currently debugging or refactoring your code, would you like to see immutables? An immutable value is one whose content cannot be changed without creating an entirely new value. Without creating an entirely new value in comparison with mutable values. In JavaScript, primitive values are immutable. Once a primitive value is created, it cannot be changed. Although the variable that holds it may be reassigned another value, although the variable that holds it may be reassigned another value. By contrast, objects and arrays are mutable by default. Their properties and elements can be changed without reassigning a new value. It can be beneficial to use immutable objects for several reasons. To improve performance, no planning for the object future changes. To reduce memory use, make object references instead of cloning the whole object. To reduce memory use, make object references instead of cloning the whole object. Instead of cloning, to reduce memory use, make object references instead of cloning the whole object. Object references, okay. Thread safety. Multiple thread can refer the same object without interfering with one another. Lower developer mental burden. The object state won't change and its behavior is always consistent. The object state won't change and its behavior is always consistent. Note that you can easily prove mutability. An object is mutable as long as it offers one way to change its properties. On the other hand, immutability is hard to prove if there are no language semantics to secure it. It is a matter of developer contrast. For example, object.freeze is a language level model method to make an object immutable in JavaScript. अरे ना रे ना रे ना जरा सा झूम लूं मैं, अरे ना रे ना रे ना जरा सा झूम लूं मैं, अरे ना रे ना रे ना मैं चली बन के हवा. Okay, sorry. रात बाकी. In JavaScript, the primitive value, primitive data type, okay, primitive value is a data that is not an object and has no methods or properties. There are 7 data types. They don't have methods or properties, but string has methods. That's string object, right? A string also has, who knows. The most of the time a primitive value is represented directly at the lower level, at the lowest level of the language implementation. Most of the time a primitive value is represented directly at the lowest level of the language implementation. All primitives are immutable. That is they cannot be altered. All primitives are immutable. That is they cannot be altered. Immutable, that is they cannot be altered. It is important not to confuse a not to confuse a primitive itself with a variable assigned a primitive, okay, value. It is important not to confuse a primitive itself with a variable assigned a primitive value. The variable may be reassigned to a new value, but the existing value cannot be changed in the ways that objects, arrays, and functions can be altered. But the language does not offer utilities to mutate primitive values. Primitives have no methods but still behave as if they do. Yeah. Primitives have no methods but still behave as they do. When properties are accessed on primitives, JavaScript auto boxes the JavaScript auto boxes the value into a wrapper object and accesses the property on that object instead. Okay, primitives have no methods but still behaves as if they do. When properties are accessed on primitives, JavaScript auto boxes the value into a wrapper object and access the property on that object instead. For example, foo.include foo includes, okay, foo f implicitly creates a string wrapper object and calls string.prototype.includes brackets on that object. This auto boxing behavior is not autobox. This auto boxing behavior is not observable in JavaScript code but is a good mental model of various behaviors. This auto boxing behavior is not observable in JavaScript code but is a good mental model of various behaviors. For example, why mutating primitives does not work. Because string.foo. Why mutating primitive does not work? Because the string.foo one is not assigning to the property foo of string itself, but to an ephemeral wrapper object, ephemeral wrapper object. Okay. मैं चलूंगा चला जाता हूँ. In any computer program language, a string is a sequence of characters used to represent a text. जरा सा धूम लूं मैं, अरे ना रे ना तेरे बाप को मैं बुला लूंगा. What are static methods and all? Returns a string created by using the specified sequence. The string object is used to represent and manipulate a sequence of characters. String object is used to represent and manipulate a sequence of characters. Description. Strings are useful for holding data that can be represented in text form. Strings are useful for holding data. Strings are useful for holding data that can be represented in text form. Strings are useful for holding data that can be represented in text form. Some of the most used operations on strings are to check their length, to build and concatenate them using the plus, minus, and plus string operators, checking for the existence or location of substrings with the index of method, or extracting substrings with substring method. Checking for existence or location of substrings with the creating string. इसको correct लेगा. अरे बारे इतना सारा. What's a constraint? Define exactly what it means that a primitive string cannot be altered in memory once it is declared. Heap allocation. Okay, I'm gonna see this first. Garbage collection. Oh, zan 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 ding dang zing. Heap allocation. Heap allocation. What is that? I had that one. JavaScript. Stack vector heap memory. Memory management. Quick how heap and stack working. JavaScript. 3-minute week. अरे तेरे को मैं दूंगा. सब चाहिए तेरे को. If you are calling a function, say hello inside. Within another function, say hello outside. And say hello inside will be put into the literally incorrect. Outside function will put. One thing is that you should not read these kind of articles. Docs are much better than some articles. Low-level language like C have manual memory management primitives such as malloc and free memory management. Low-level languages like C have manual memory management primitives such as malloc and free. In contrast, JavaScript automatically allocates memory when objects are created and frees it when they are not used anymore. That's called garbage collection. This automaticity is a potential source of confusion. It can give developers the false impression that they don't need to worry about memory management, memory lifecycle. Regardless of programming language, the memory life cycle is pretty much always the same. I eat something. जरा सा झूम लो मैं, अरे ना अरे ना अरे ना. When you have the question. Watch the क्या कर रहा माँ? Low-level languages like C have manual memory management primitives such as malloc and free. In contrast, memory location, malloc. In contrast, JavaScript automatically allocates memory when objects are created and frees it up. Freeze it when they are not used anymore. Garbage collection. This automaticity is a potential source of confusion. It can give developers the false impression that they don't need to worry about memory management. Memory life cycle. Regardless of the programming language, the memory life cycle is pretty much always the same. Allocate the memory you need. Use the allocated memory, read or write. Release the allocated memory when it is not needed anymore. The second part is explicitly in all languages. Second part, okay? Use the allocated memory. The second part is explicit in all languages. The first and last parts are explicit in low level. The first and last parts are explicit in low level languages but are mostly implicit in high level languages like JavaScript. Allocating in JavaScript. Value initialization. In order to not bother the programmer with allocation, JavaScript will declare where JavaScript will automatically, in order to not bother the programmer with allocation, JavaScript will automatically allocate memory when values are initially declared. JavaScript will automatically allocate memory when values are initially declared. So that is that when they are declared, okay. Const and 123 allocates memory for a number. As string allocates memory for a string. Const O allocates memory for an object and contain values. Like object allocates memory for the array and contain value. A one null string she function fa. Okay, sorry. Terimaki. Fa return a plus 2. Function allocates a function which is a callable object. Allocates a function, allocates memory for the array and contain values. Allocates a function which is applicable object. Allocates a function which is a callable object. Sorry. Allocates a function which is a callable object. Function expression also allocates an object. Some element dot add event listener click, and that what you call that callback function. Okay, click allocation versus via function calls. Function expressions also allocate an object. Allocation via function calls. Some function calls result in object allocation. Some function calls result in object allocation. Some function calls result in object allocation. D is new date object and allocates a date object. E document.create element allocates a DOM element. Some function calls result in a object allocation. Allocates a that object. Okay. Some methods allocate new values or objects. As a string, so as dot substring 0 or 3. S2 is a new string. Since strings are immutable values, JavaScript may decide to not allocate memory but just store the 0-3 range. Some methods allocate new values or objects. S2 is a new string. Yeah. Since strings are immutable values, JavaScript may decide not to allocate memory but just store the 0-3 range. No generation, no a dot concat a2. No generation, no. What is that? New array with 4 elements being no generation, no new element with 4 new array with 4 elements being the concatenation of a and a2 elements. सावन में बेटा सावन में पावन कर दूंगा. No generation, no. Yeah, using values. I know. What do you think? I know what? Const, yeah, no. Using values. Using values basically means reading and writing in allocated memory. This can be done by reading or writing the value of a variable or an object property, or even passing an argument to a function. Using values basically means reading and writing in allocated memory. This can be done by reading or writing the value of a variable. This can be done by reading or writing the value of a variable or an object property. Value of a variable or an object property, or even passing an argument to a function. What? Stop thinking about stuff. This can be done by reading or writing the value of a variable or an object property, or even passing an argument to a function. Release when the memory is not needed anymore. The majority of memory management issue occurs at this phase. The most difficult aspect of this stage is determining when tomate? Huh? So something. Hi. Releasing when the memory is not needed anymore. The majority of memory management issues occur at this phase. The most difficult aspect of this stage is determining when the allocated memory is no longer needed. Low-level languages require the developer to manually determine at which point in the program the allocated memory is no longer needed and to release it. Some high-level languages such as JavaScript utilizes a form of automatic memory management known as garbage collection, GC. The purpose of a garbage collector is to monitor memory allocation. The purpose of a garbage collector is to monitor memory allocation and determine when a block of The purpose of garbage collector is to monitor memory allocation and determine when a block of allocated memory is no longer needed and reclaim it. This automatic process is approximation since the general problem of determining whether or not a specific piece of memory is still needed is undecidable. This automatic process is an approximation since the general problem of determining whether or not a specific piece of memory is still needed is undecidable. Garbage collection. Sarata jubilume ah. Nita nita. Da da da. Memory management in JavaScript is performed automatically and invisible to us. We create primitives, objects, functions, all that takes memory. What happens when something is not needed anymore? How does the JavaScript engine discover it and clean it up? Reachability. The main concept of memory management in JavaScript is reachability. Simply put, reachable values are those that are accessible or usable somehow. They are guaranteed to be stored in memory. There is a base set of inherently reachable values that cannot be deleted for obvious reasons. There is a set of inherently reachable values that cannot be deleted for obvious reasons. For instance, the current executing function, its location variable, its local variables and parameters, other functions. The current executing function, its local variable and parameters, other functions on the current change of nested calls. I'm so sleepy. The main concept of memory management in JavaScript is reachability. Simply put, reachable values are those that are accessible or usable somehow. They are guaranteed to be stored in memory. There is a base set of inherently reachable values. There is a base set of inherently reachable values that cannot be deleted for obvious reasons. Base set of inherently reachable values that cannot be deleted for obvious reasons. Okay. For instance, the currently executing function, its local variables and parameters, other functions on the current chain of nested calls, other functions on the current chain of nested calls, their local variables and parameters, global variables. There are some other internal ones as well. These values are called roots. Any other value is considered. Any other value is considered reachable if it's reachable from a root by a reference or by a chain of references. If it's reachable from a root by a reference by a chain of references. For instance, if there is an object in a global variable, and that object has a property referencing another object, that object is considered reachable. Wait a minute. Any other value is considered reachable if it's reachable from a root by a reference or a chain of references. Okay. For instance, if there is an object in a global variable, and that object has a property referencing another, that object is considered reachable. Okay, that and that as well, and those that is and those that it and thus shouldn't be thus, and those that it references are also reachable, and those that it references are also reachable. Detailed example to follow. There is a background process in JavaScript engine that is called garbage collector. There is a background process in JavaScript engine that is called garbage collector. It monitors all objects and removes those that have become unreachable. Garbage collector is a form of automatic memory management. The garbage collector attempts to reclaim memory that was allocated by the program but is no longer referenced. Such memory is called garbage. garbage collection was invented by American computer scientist John McCarthy. Is he still living around 1959 to simplify manual memory management in Lisp? What's a Lisp? Lisp is a family of programming languages with a long history and distinctiveness. Fully. Meh. I'm gonna take a nap. I'm tired, man. Okay. Should I just watch a video on this? No. A simple example. Here's the simple example. Let user has a reference to the user has the reference to the object. Global user, and that's the reference to the object. Okay. Global, what you call that? Global variable. Here the arrow depicts an object reference. The global variable user references the object name John. We'll call it John for brevity. The name property of John. Okay, the name property of John stores a primitive. So it's painted inside the object. If the value of user is overwritten, if the value of the user is overwritten, the reference is lost. Okay. Now this thing is referencing to null, and this is lost. Okay. So now John becomes unreachable. We hide it in the memory. We allocated memory. We allocated space in memory, or we allocated memory. Okay. For this variable, now it's for this object. Now it is unreachable. It has become unreachable. Here the okay. So now the John becomes unreachable. There is no way to access this. No references to it. Garbage collector will junk the data and free the memory. Two references. Now let's imagine we copied the reference from user to admin. Okay. Now this thing is also pointing to this object as well. So both the variables, global variables, are still pointing to this. Now we do the same. Okay, we are overwriting. Can we call overwrite? Okay, we are overwriting the user with a null value. Then the object is still reachable by global admin. Okay, admin global variable, so it must stay in the memory. If we overwrite admin too, then it can be removed. Interlinked objects. Now a more complex example, the family function. Marry man and women. Women dot husband is equal man, and man dot wife is like that stores the women. Okay, women return father. We're gonna return this. Father is a man and mother is a woman. Yeah, whatever, let family marry. So name is John. Name's John. John N. John Carter. John Doe. Name's John. James Don. Name's John. James John. Name's Bond. James Bond. Family marry. Okay, man is going to be this object, John, and women is this. So man is husband. Man is बहन के बच्चे. What is this? Man. Women dot husband. We are storing this. Women dot husband. And women, man dot wife, we are storing them. Okay. Function marries. Function marries two objects by giving them references to each other and returns a new object that contains them both. Okay. Function marries two objects by giving them reference to each other. Function marries two objects. Marries two objects. John and Anne. Family. Marry. The function marries two objects by giving them references to each other and returns a new object containing them both. Marries two objects by giving them references to each other. And returns a new object that contains both their father, man, and all that. As for now, all objects are reachable. Global variable family, marry function, father, mother. I don't know. Anyway, the function returns this one, all that. Father, mother, husband, wife. As of now, all objects are reachable. So let's remove two references. Delete family.father, father goes, and delete family.mother.husband. So now what? Delete.father, okay? Global family object. Father is gone from here, and women dot husband man, that is also gone. Women. Am I no, father dot mother dot husband. Mother is a woman. Sorry. As of now, all objects are reachable. Now let's remove two references. Delete family.father, delete family.mother.husband. Okay? Global variable, family, object, father is gone, mother is there, wife is... Father's wife is this, but father is gone and husband is gone. Because father is gone, there can be no husband. It's not enough to delete only one of... Wait a minute. It's not enough to delete... But John is still referencing to mother as wife. So it's not enough to delete only one of these two references because all objects would still be reachable. But if we delete both, then we can see that John has no incoming reference anymore. Outgoing references do not matter. Okay, outgoing references do not matter, but incoming ones only. Only incoming ones can make an object reachable. So John is now unreachable and will be removed from the memory. With all its data, that also becomes inaccessible. After garbage collection, global family object mother brown, father is gone. No outgoing reference. Don't matter. Do we have incoming? Yes, you in unreachable island. It is possible that the whole island of interlinked object becomes unreachable and is removed from the memory. The source object is the same as above. Family becomes null and in memory picture becomes like this. Family is null object, the whole island, unreachable island of objects. It is possible that the whole island of interlinked objects become unreachable and is removed from the memory. This example demonstrates how important the concept of reachability is. It's obvious that the John and Anne are still linked. Both have incoming references, but that's not enough. It's obvious that John and Anne are still linked. Both have incoming references, but that's not enough. The incoming references, we have this, but no. Both have incoming references. They have incoming references, but the object doesn't have any. But the former family object has unlinked the root. Family. The former family object has been unlinked from the root. There is no reference to it anymore. So the whole island becomes unreachable and will be removed. Sorry. Okay, intermission. Okay. Internal algorithm. The basic garbage collection algorithm is called mark and sweep. Internal algorithms. The basic garbage collection algorithm is called mark and sweep. The following garbage collection steps are regularly performed. The garbage collector takes rules and marks, remembers them. Marks means remembers them. Okay, the basic garbage collection algorithm is called mark and sweep. Basic garbage collection algorithm is called mark and sweep. The following garbage collection steps are regularly performed. The garbage collector takes routes and marks them. Shut the fuck, monk. Basic garbage collection algorithm is called mark and sweep. Okay, that's it. The following garbage collection steps are regularly performed. The garbage collection takes routes and marks them, remembers them. Then it visits and marks all references from them. Then it visits and marks all references from them. Then it visits marked objects and mark their references. All visited objects are remembered so as not to visit the same object twice in the future. All the garbage collected takes routes. तेरी माँ का बहन की sorry मन के हवाओं में. There is a base set of inherently reachable values that cannot be related for obvious reasons. The currently executing these values are called routes. There is a base set of inherently reachable values that cannot be related for obvious reasons. The current executing function, its local variables and parameters. Other functions on the current chain of nested calls, their local variables and parameters. Other functions on the current chain of nested calls, their local variables, parameters, global variables. There are some other internal as well. These values are called routes. Okay, sorry. The basic garbage collection algorithm is called mark and sweep. The following garbage collection steps are regularly performed. The garbage collector takes routes and marks, remembers them and marks them. The garbage collector takes routes and remembers them. Then it visits and marks all references from them. Okay, for instance, let's use our object. Okay, like this. That's the global, that is the root. Okay, it's gonna mark it, marks, and it's gonna remember. Okay, the garbage collector is gonna remember. Then it visits and marks all references from them. So it's gonna visit this, and this. It's gonna mark them, remember them as well. Then it visits marked objects and marks their references. And then it's gonna, they're already marked, they're gonna visit their references as well. What? Mark visits and marks their references. Okay, they're gonna mark references as well. Bum. All visited objects are remembered so as not to visit the same object twice in the future, and so on until every reachable from the routes references are visited. All objects except marked ones are removed. All objects except marked ones are removed. All the objects except the objects that are not marked, okay, they are removed. For instance, let our marked sketcher look like this. We can clearly see an unreachable island on the right side. Now let's see how mark and sweep garbage collector deals with it. First step marks the root. Okay, this is the root. Okay. Oh, these are the global variables or whatever. No, the roots. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we mark it, remember it, mark it, whatever. Then we follow their references and mark referenced objects. So it's gonna reference to this. This is marked. This is already marked. Mark. McDonardo. And continue to follow further references. Then like we had this reference as well. Boom. Now the objects that could not be visited in the process are considered unreachable. They are not referenced by any route, so they are considered as garbage, unreachables, and will be removed, will be garbaged. Unreachable. Boom, bam, boom. We can also imagine the process as spilling a bucket of paint from the roots, and that flows through all references. We can also imagine the process as spilling a huge bucket of paint from the roots that follows through all references and marks all reachable objects. The unmarked ones are then removed. That's the concept of how garbage collection works. JavaScript engine apply many optimizations to make it run faster and not introduce any delays into the code execution. Some of the optimizations, generation collection, okay, heap allocation, garbage collection तो मैंने तो पढ़ लिया भाई, मैं तो सब पढ़ लेता हूँ, मैं सब पढ़ लेता हूँ भाई, मैं तो पढ़ लेता हूँ भाई. What's a heap? Heap is a memory reason for dynamic allocation. Memory heap in computing. A large jumbled pile of mass of physical things, like a heap of clothes. A large jumbled pile of mass, or mass of physical things. An informal expression for a large quantity or lot of something. Lot of something. Lot. A large disordered pile or mound of. What is a heap? Memory management or data structure. In programming, the term he has two completely different meanings depending on whether you are asking about memory management or data structures. Memory management. RAM allocation. In terms of computer memory, the heap is a large unconstructed pool of RAM. Used for dynamic memory allocation. In terms of computer memory, the heap is a large. In terms of computer memory, the heap is a large unstructured pool of RAM used for. In terms of computer memory, computer. In terms of computer memory, the heap is a large unstructured pool of RAM used for dynamic memory allocation. It allows a program to request. Machina. Okay, heap memory RAM allocation. In terms of dynamic computer memory allocation, Again, in terms of computer memory, the heap is a large In terms of computer memory, the heap is a large unconstructed pool of RAM used for dynamic memory allocation. Okay, the heap, in terms of computer memory, the heap is a large unconstructed pool of RAM used for dynamic memory allocation. It allows a program to request space for data whose size or lifetime is unknown at compile time. How it works? You explicitly allocate space using malloc in C or new in Java, C++, and must free it when done or rely on garbage collector. Key traits: it is global, accessible across any function, larger than stack memory, but slower to access because it relies on pointers. Key traits: it is global, accessible across any function, larger than stack memory, okay? I don't know, but slower to access because it relies on pointers. Analogy: think of it like a public parking lot. Cars data can pull into any open spot, stay as long as they want, and leave when they are ready. In terms of computer science algorithm, a heap is a specialized tree-based data structure and that keeps elements semi-sorted. It takes the shape of completely binary every generational collection. Some of the optimizations. That's the concept of how Kernel works. JavaScript engines apply many optimizations to make it run faster and not introduce any delays into the code execution. Some of the optimizations: generational collection. Objects are split into two sets, new ones and old ones. In typical code, many objects have a objects generational collection. Some optimizations. अरे यार पता नहीं क्या पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं भैंस की टांग. Objects are split into two sets, new ones and old ones. Okay, in typical code, many objects have a short lifespan. They appear, do their job, and die fast. So it makes sense to track new objects and clear the memory from them if that's the case. Objects are split into two sets, new ones and old ones. In typical code, many objects have a short lifespan. They appear, do their job, and die fast. In typical many objects have a short lifespan. They appear, do their job, and die fast. So it makes sense to track new objects. And this makes sense to track new objects and clear the memory from them if that's the case. Those that survive for long enough become old and are examined less often. Incremental collection. If there are many objects and we try to walk and mark the whole object set at once. If there are many objects and we try to walk and mark the whole object set at once, it may incremental collection. It may take some time and introduce visible delays in the execution. So the engine splits the whole set of existing objects into multiple paths. So it can become fast. JavaScript engine we're gonna fast. Engine may apply optimizer to make it run faster. Okay, make fast. If there are many objects and we try to walk and mark the whole object set at once, it may take some time and introduce visible delays in the execution. So the engine splits the whole set of so the engine splits the whole set of existing objects into multiple paths. So the engine splits the whole set of existing objects into multiple paths and then clear these paths one after another. There are many small garbage collections instead of a total one. There are many small garbage collections instead of a total one. That requires some extra bookkeeping. What's a bookkeeping now? That requires some extra bookkeeping between them to track changes. But we get many tiny delays instead of a big one. The garbage collector tries to run only while the CPU is idle. To reduce the possible effect on the execution. The garbage collector tries to run only when the CPU is idle. It's not doing anything. Idle. Am I pronouncing it right? To reduce the possible effect on the execution. There exist other optimizations and flavors of garbage collection algorithms. As much as I'd like to describe them here, I have to hand off. I have to hold off because different engines implement different tweaks and techniques, and what's even more important, things change as engines develop. So studying deeper in advance without a real need is probably not worth that, unless of the course it is matter of pure interest that. Okay, the main things to know: garbage collection is performed automatically. We cannot force or prevent it. Okay? It is performed automatically. Objects are retained in memory while they are reachable. Being referenced is not the same as being reachable, okay? From a root, a pack of interlinked objects can become unreachable as a whole. Island of unreachables, as we have seen in the example above. Of course, we have modern engines implement advanced algorithms of carbon emission. Modern engines implement advanced algorithms of garbage collection. A general book, the Garbage Collection Handbook, The Art of Automatic Memory Management, are John said I'll cover some of that. If you are familiar with low-level programming, more details, information about V8 garbage collection is in the article. The V8 blog also publishes article about articles about changes in memory management from time to time. Naturally, to learn more about garbage collection, you'd be better prepared by learning about V8 internals in general and read the blog of who worked. I'm saying V8 because it is best for anyway. V8 is Google's open source high performance JavaScript engine written in C++. It is used in Chrome and in Node.js among others. It implements C and runs on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux systems that use. Sorry, I'm sorry about that. References counting. Oh my lord. Explain what the garbage collector is physically forced to do when you execute a bad concatenation loop like get the pen. अरे बैंडगी तभी अरे बैंडगी sorry I said I'm sorry तुम बता दो मुझे तुम बता दो तुम मुझे बता दो The cons string optimization detail how the V8 engine's concatenation string data structure bails you out by using a shear pointer instead of copy. मैकेनिकल लैंग्वेज पता नहीं क्या क्या पढ़वाता है मेरे से ये कौन पढ़ता है भाई ऐसा कंस्ट्रेंट कहां से दिख रहा है भाई तेरा बाप को दिख रहा है कंस्ट्रेंट Ma, I did not mean that, okay? Concatenation optimization. Prepone. Terapone. What is this now? I don't have a buddy bad deals. Oh, my lord. This language is shit, man. This language is shit, man. This and that and this and that. Cringy shit language. Cross language architecture. Explain why executing your exact loop in C++ or No, I'm not liking that. He's illegal. A const string. Mark and sweep algorithm. Configuring a as stated about the general problem of automatically finding whether some memory is not needed anymore is undecidable. As a consequence, garbage collection is implemented. Garbage collectors implement a restriction of a solution to the general problem. This section will explain the concepts that are necessary for understanding the main garbage collection algorithms and their respective limitations. References. The main concept that garbage collection algorithm relies on is the concept of reference. Within the context of memory management, an object is set to reference another object if the former an object within the context of memory management. An object is set to reference another object if the former has to the later, either implicitly or explicitly. For instance, a JavaScript object has a reference to its prototype implicitly, implicit reference, and to its property values, explicit reference. In this context, the notion of object is extended to something broader than regular JavaScript objects. In this context, the notion of object is extended to something broader than regular JavaScript objects and also contain functions groups or the global lexical scope. Reference counting garbage collection. No modern JavaScript engine uses reference counting for garbage collection. No modern JavaScript engine uses reference counting for garbage collection anymore. This is the most naive garbage collection algorithm. This algorithm reduces the problem from determining whether or not an object is still needed to determining if an object still has any other objects referencing it. An object is said to be garbage or collectible if there are 0 references pointing for it. Where the object creates one is referenced by other as one of its properties. The other is referenced by virtue of being assigned to X. Obviously, none can be garbage collected. The Y variable is the second thing that has a reference to object X. Now the object that was originally in X has a unique reference. Now the object that was originally in X has a unique embodied by the Y variable reference to a property of the object. This object now has 2 references. One as a property, the other one is as a Z variable. Y Mozilla, the object that was originally in an X has now 0 reference to it. That was originally in X. Reference to it can be garbage collected. However, its property A is still referenced by the Z variable, so it cannot be freed. Z is null. Shut up. No modern JavaScript engine uses reference counting for garbage collection anymore. Okay, so there is a limitation when it comes to circular references. In the following example, 2 objects are created with properties that reference one another, thus creating a cycle. They will go out of scope after the function call has completed. At that point, they become unneeded. There is a limitation when it comes to circular references. In the following example, 2 objects are created with properties that reference one another, thus creating a cycle. They will go out of scope after the function call has completed. At that point, they will they become unneeded and their allocated memory should be reclaimed. However, the reference counting algorithm will not consider them reclaimable. Reference counting algorithm will not consider them reclaimable since as of two objects have at least one referencing pointing to them, resulting in neither of them being marked for garbage collection. Circular references are common cause of memory leaks. X references y references x. समझा ना? Mark and sweep algorithm. This algorithm reduces the definition of an object is no longer needed to an object is unreachable. Okay, this algorithm assumes the knowledge of a set of objects calls roots. In JavaScript, the root is a global object. Periodically, the garbage collector will start from these roots, find all objects that are referenced from these roots, then all objects referenced from these etc. Starting from the root, the garbage collector will thus find all reachable objects and collect all non-reachable objects. This algorithm is an improvement over the previous one since an object having zero references is effectively unreachable. The opposite does not hold true, as we have seen in the circular references. Currently, all modern engines ship a mark and sweep garbage collector. All improvements made in the field of JavaScript garbage collection, generational, incremental, concurrent, parallel garbage collection over the last few years are implementation improved of this algorithm, but not improvement over the garbage collection algorithm itself. But not improvements over the garbage collection algorithm itself, not its reduction of the definition of when over the last few years are implementations improved of this algorithm, but not improvements over the garbage collection algorithm itself. But not improvements over the garbage collection algorithm itself, nor its reduction of the definition, nor its reduction of the definition of when an object is no longer needed. The immediate benefit of this approach is that the cycles are no longer a problem. In the first example above, after the function call returns, the two objects are no longer referenced by any resource that is reachable from the global object. Consequently, they will be found unreachable by the garbage collector and have their allocated memory decalibred. However, the inability to manually control garbage collection remains. There are times when it would be convenient to manually decide when and what memory is released. In order to release the memory of an object, it needs to be made explicitly reachable. In order to release the memory of an object, okay, it needs to be made explicitly unreachable. It is not possible for programmatically trigger garbage collection in JavaScript and will likely never be within the code language. Although engines may expose APIs behind opt-in flags, will likely never be within the code language. Although engines may expose APIs behind opt-in sorry man. Okay, I'm reading too much. Fuck. Const string optimization. अरे मैंने सोच लिया भाई, मैंने सोच लिया अभी. Const string is an भाई तमें ना तुमको मैं मिल जाऊंगा तुमको. A bare string concatenation loop forces the garbage collector to manage a massive तुमने जो हम ना मिले. Okay, A bare string concatenation loop forces the garbage collected to manage a massive wave of short-lived transient objects. With each iteration, it must allocate memory of a new string, which a bare string concatenation loop forces the garbage collector to manage a massive wave of short-lived transient objects. What's a transient now? Transient, okay. A bare string concatenation loop forces the garbage collector to manage a massive wave of short-lived transient objects. With each iteration, it must allocate memory for a With each iteration, it must allocate memory for a new string. With each iteration, it must allocate memory for a new string, track older discarded string fragments, and eventually run intensive cleanup sweeps to prevent out of memory errors. Memory allocation and allocation pressure. The allocations. Each plus operation creates a brand new string object in the memory. Size growth. The runtime allocates more space each time because strings are immutable. Sorry. With each plus operation creates a brand new string object in memory. The runtime allocates more space each time because strings are immutable. Rapid generation. The heap fills up fast and short-lived data. This triggers high allocation pressure. Damn, this is so fucking good. The old values of object creation amendment. The old value of the string becomes unused instantly. Millions of intermediate strings become garbage data in milliseconds. Millions of intermediate strings. The system constantly tracks which objects are active and which are dead. Minor garbage collected in interventions. The system runs frequently minor sweeps to clear young generation memory. The collector must scan memory to identify unreferenced string blocks. It moves surviving data around to reduce memory fragments. A concatenated string is a internal memory optimization used by JavaScript engines like V8. आमिर मोहम्मद से आमिर मोहम्मद गलत दिया तो भाई गलत दे दिया तो आमिर मोहम्मद ने V8 ऑप्टिमाइजेशंस। आमिर मोहम्मद कौन है बहन? कौन है तेरी माँ का आमिर मोहम्मद? आमिर मोहम्मद ज्यादा बोल रहा क्या मैं? Oh my lord, I don't wanna eat this, man. What are these, man? A cons string, concatenated string is an internal memory optimization. Internal memory optimization used by JavaScript engines like V8 to handle string additions without immediately copying and allocating new memory for combined text. And do you have more? Do you have more on this? Don't show my passwords. Okay. Oh wow. Oh my fuck lord. एक 58 Fucking hell, man. Lazy evaluation. When you add strings together, the engine makes a tiny tree node. Constring, holding pointers to left and right strings pieces instead of creating a brand new combined string. It avoids costly character copying. Okay, when you add strings together, the engine makes a tiny tree node constring, holding pointers to the left and right string pieces instead of creating a brand new combined string. It avoids costly character copying operations during heavy concatenation loops. It avoids costly character copying operations during heavy concatenation loops. The moment your code inspects or uses the actual content of the string, the engine resolves the tree and flatten it into a normal substring, sequential string. हट जाना भाई, हट जाना, पता नहीं क्या क्या घुसेड़ देते हो, ये भी पढ़ लो वो भी पढ़ लो, मैं सारे पढ़ लिया। क्रॉस लैंग्वेज आर्किटेक्चर हट रहा है जो। हमने जो तुम ना मिले, हमसे न जाने क्यों ढूंढोगे। We will not write a novel, we will write a processing literary release of the novel. The premateriality start with absolutely the fine stream notability what is specified. Strings are immutable. Means once you are not be modified like arrays of objects of the yes, it doesn't proper use of methods. Maybe try to access use yes, actually. What is physically true about a string in memory? Homomedical statement. Uh, is it like a space for memory? Is it like a space for memory? मेरा महबूब आया है, मेरा महबूब आया है, बहारों फूल बरसा दो, मारो महबूब आयो छे। बहन के मादर चौथ, मैंने ना 2 घंटे स्पेंड करके ये रीड करा है और तू बोल रहा है मैं स्लॉपी है। फक यू। But your articulation is तो यार भेजन पहली बार में थोड़ी ना हो गया इतना टाइम एक्सप्लेन लोकेशन में तो सब कर लास्ट में 18 months interview in fucking 18 months। come on man, बोल चली गई। भेजो 18 months। ओके मेरे को नहीं आता रे यार। ब्रो व्हाट द फक इज दैट ब्रो, जस्ट I don't wanna read, I don't wanna fucking read। my fuck me, fuck this, fuck fucking everything। भिखारियों वाला कटोरा ले गया। ओ हाँ, अरे भाई apa tuh jadi mah बेवकूफ समझते हो यार आप बेवकूफ समझते हो क्या थोड़ा सा तो होगा बस यार इतना भी नहीं होगा ballet ballet ball Ancient builds a binary tree structure of pointers. Instead of allocating a the ancient builds a binary tree structure of pointers instead of allocating a new flat memory buffer for every concatenation. The constraint simply creates a new instead of allocating a new flat memory buffer for every concatenation. The constraint simply creates a new root node pointing to the two existing string fragments in the memory. What? Instead of allocating a new flat memory buffer for every concatenation, the constraint simply creates a new root node. Simply creates a new root node. New root node pointing to the two existing string fragments in the memory. Pointing to the two existing strings fragments in the memory, you correctly noted that this string is only tree is only flattened, converted into a single contiguous string in the heap when the code explicitly forces the engine to read or render the final value. No, I told you exactly why my mandate is zero hand holding. I'm not here to read documentation, I'm here to coach you. Environments where JavaScript engine isn't there to hold. Your hand and clean up the garbage. If you write a while loop appending strings in C++ or Java, there is no constraint bailout. Every single iteration forces a full memory relocation and copying of the entire string buffer. The time complexity of appending and the characters degrades from ON to ON square strictly due to the physical copy of memory parts. It will crash an enterprise. So, well, oh, sorry. Zara sa chulu me, na. This song has stuck to my brain. Na. अरे यार क्या है, मतलब इतना इतना खतरनाक तरीके से कर रहा हूँ मैं। अरे ना, अरे ना, अरे ना। इतना भयंकर तरीके से मारूंगा, समझ लेना है ना, समझ लेना है, समझ लेना बहुत। इतना भयंकर तरीके से मारूंगा, समझ लेना। स्ट्रिंग बेल्टर। ये ज्योति प्रकाश, ये क्या दिखा रहे हो मुझे? ओपन द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन फॉर जावा और सी प्लस प्लस। सी पी पी डॉक्स। ओके, डेव डॉक्स और that. Is it the one? Serrafa chuma lume, karinare nare na. अरे यार क्या है भाई? क्या क्या देखना पड़ता है? अरे क्या है ये? हट में है इसके टाइम। मैंने नहीं कर रहा भाई, मैंने नहीं कर रहा भाई, ये क्या है मतलब? क्या गंदा गंदा चीज बढ़ाते हुए ये। ये फिल्म बना लो तुम। I do not do any research. What research? Huh? Am I a fucking doctor? Doctor? Am I a scientist? You want me to do the research? What? बारिश की बूंदी समझता नहीं था हवाओं से तेरी, उलझता नहीं था हसीने में मेरे, दिल भी कहाँ मुझे खबर। आप सो कहीं पे हो रहा है अभी नारे खबर की। I don't wash hands. Haha, cool. I don't need to wash hands. Ah, uh, actually, I will be back. Character array is a block of writable memory allocated on the stack or heap that allows you to safely modify individual characters at one time. A mutable sea dogs. Which is the actual one? This or that? This kana. That is just. Yeah, this language is so short. Whatever you need, you build it yourself. Man. C++, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Merita ah 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 ah. Projects and build systems, C reference, language references, program. अरे पता नहीं क्या क्या गुफेड़ रखा है भाई को मैं यार इसको एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन को ऐसे बना रखा है समझ में और नहीं आता भाई क्या पढ़ रहे हो तुम्हें हाँ भैंस की तुम्हारी भैंस की क्या है ये बाकलोली कर रहा हूँ पैण क्यों दो तुम्हारी सी लैंग्वेज डॉक्यूमेंटेशन What is this basic C advanced useful workplace? चौधरी, ओ मेरा नाम है चौधरी। चौधरी देखा मैंने कहाँ पर? चौधरी अल्टीमेट फंडामेंटल्स, चौधरी। ला भाई अल्टीमेट फंडामेंटल पुणे में डालूंगा इसको मैं। सी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन। ये क्या है? बर्गर, 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 बर्गर्स, बर्गर्स, बर्गर like so. People arrive, our reggae, but he shout to Mary, Ray shot to Mary. I've seen a medal bay, county, मुझे खबर क्या हाल हो गया है मेरा, क्या हाल हो गया तेरी माँ का हार्ट बैंड भाई, चाहिए हार्ट बैंड हट रहा है इसके नाम। ओके, यही तो था ना। इन सी प्लस प्लस a mutable character array is a block of writable memory allocated on the stack. A block of writable memory allocated on the stack or heap that allows you to safely modify individual characters at runtime. Or heap, a block of writable memory allocated on the stack or heap that allows you safely modify individual characters at runtime. This is distinct from a pointer to a string literal. Pointer or a string literal, which points to read only memory and causes undefined behavior or crashes and modify. Correct ways to declare a mutable character. To create a modifiable array, you must explicitly declare it as an array type without modifying and manipulating. Once declared, sleep at the wall for exactly 3 hours in your. Do you think a senior and can never again like to sit? That's not bad with the tech daniels. I will grind in a single architecture. I will not write a single line of Java or C++ code for you, but I will map the physical program in this character. बहन के लंड अभी मैं अरे बारे बहन चौंध इसको मैं मार बहन के लंड चूतिया तो नहीं है भाई ये. Do you? In Java, exactly like JavaScript, a string is immutable. Under the hood, it is represented physically as an array of characters or bytes. An array is a fixed block of memory. An array is a fixed block of memory. When it is created, its size is logged. In Java, exactly like in JavaScript, under the hood, it is represented physically as an array of characters or bytes. An array is a fixed block of memory. When it is created, its size is long. If you have a string A, B, C, and you command the engine to append D, a value plus D, when the system cannot simply stick a D at the end of existing memory block, that adjacent memory space means adjacent memory space might already be owned by another application. Therefore, without V8 engine's constraint tree to save you, the Java runtime is forced to do this. Allocate a completely new larger array in the heap. It iterates through the old array, physically copying A, then B, and then C into this new space. Insert D at the end. Iterates through the old array, physically copying A, B, C into the new space. Insert D. Often the old array for garbage collector. If you put this inside a loop of 100 times, you are not just iterating 100,000 times. You are forcing the machine to copy one character, then two character, three characters, all the way to times. Oh, the physical act of copying the memory becomes the algebraic sum of n because you used a row concatenation operator inside a loop. The string copying alone forces you n square times complexity on the CPU and n square space complexity on the garbage collector. You will crash an enterprise service. Enterprise service मेरी आयस में ले बहन चल भाग. Engineers do not tolerate O and square memory copying. Instead of manipulating an immutable primitive string, instead of manipulating an immutable primitive string, a Java or C++ engineer imports a specific class designed for physical memory mutation, such as string builder. A string builder operates fundamentally differently. The oversized buffer. When you initialize it, it doesn't just allocate the exact memory needed. When you oversized buffer, when you initialize it, when you initialize it, it doesn't just allocate the exact memory needed. It allocates a massive contiguous block of empty memory up front. When you initialize it, it doesn't just allocate the exact memory needed. It allocates a massive contiguous block of empty memory up front. A buffer, for example, an array of 16 empty slots, the capacity pointer. It tracks two integers: the capacity, how much empty space it owns, and the length, how much data is actually in it. In place mutation, when you command it to append a character, it does not allocate new memory, it does not copy old data, it simply looks at the length pointer, drops the new character into the exact next empty slot in its existing array and increments the pointer. The single structural change drops the time complexity of appending a character from O and to strictly O and down, the loop executes cleanly, no heap fragments. The process where JavaScript engine dynamically allocates memory for reference data types such as object arrays and functions whose sizes cannot be determined by hand. Heap refers to two entirely different concepts. An engineer does not ask ambiguous questions. If you ask a senior developer at a heap in context, hardware memory or algorithm vector? Hardware memory. You were told to read the role. I will define both. You will memorize. This is what we just finished discussing. System memory. This is what we just finished discussing. Regarding your string concatenation and the garbage collector, think of system memory like a massive unorganized warehouse. Think of system memory like a massive unorganized warehouse where you write a program, some data is small, predictable and fixed in size, like a simple integer or a boolean. That goes to a highly organized fast access shelf called the stacks. Think of system memory like a massive unorganized warehouse. When you write a program, some data is small, predictable and fixed in size, like a simple integer or boolean. That goes to a highly organized fast access shelf called the stack. That goes to a highly organized fast access shelf called the stack. But when you create a dynamic data, when you create dynamic data like an object, an array that can grow, or a massive string buffer, builder buffer, the system does not know how much space it will eventually need. Data like an object, an array that can grow, or a massive string builder buffer does not know exactly how much space it is eventually, so it stores it into the heap. Heap memory is a giant pool of free RAM. It is messy. When your program asks for state, the engine finds an empty spot in the warehouse. When your program asks for space, the engine finds an empty spot in the warehouse, dumps your data there, and hands you a pointer and address so you can find it later. Because it is massive and unorganized, heap memory is a giant pool of free RAM. It is massive. It is messy. When your program asks for space, the engine finds an empty spot in the warehouse, dumps your data there, and hands you a pointer and address so you can find it later. Because it is massive and organized, allocating and cleaning up this memory is physically expensive. That is why the garbage collector exists to sweep the warehouse. because it is massive and organized. Allocating and cleaning up those memory is physically expensive. Cheap. This is the algorithmic concept you will eventually need to master. A heap data structure is a highly specialized binary tree designed to solve one specific problem. Finding the absolute largest or smallest element in a data set instantly. Imagine an emergency room triangle triage system. Room triage. Triage system. The nurses do not have the time to do perfectly alphabetize or sort every single patient in the room. They only care about one thing: who is the most critical patient right now. A heap operates the exact same way. It does not sort the entire array perfectly. It just shifts data around efficiently enough to guarantee that the absolute most important element, the highest priority, is always sitting at the very top of root node. When you remove that when you remove that top element, that quickly shifts the next most important up to take its place. If the biggest number is on top, it is max heap. If the smallest number is on top, it is min heap. बहन के लिए गान मारा ले तेरी बहन चोद मादर चोद stack is an ordered stack memory is an ordered fixed size region used for fast automatic execution of functions and temporary variable storage, while heap memory is a large chaotic tool. Stack memory is an ordered, fixed size region used for fast automatic execution of functions and temporary variable storage, while heap memory is a large chaotic tool used for dynamic, long-lived data and object allocation. Hare Hare Meri Baap Bam baram bam baram bam 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 barambo rambo. Think of the stack like a real life stack of dinner plates. When a function is called, a stack frame is pushed on the top. When a function is called, a stack frame is pushed on the top. This frame holds local primitive variables, method parameters, and pointers to object. Allocation is simple. The CPU moves a hardware stack pointer up or down. When the function finishes execution, the entire frame is immediately popped off and discarded. Think of heap like a massive warehouse with an unorganized storage. When you need to create a large data set, an object, or data whose size isn't known ahead of time, you request space on the heap. Or when you need to create a large data set and an object or data whose size isn't known ahead of time, you request space on the heap. Large data set or an object or data whose size isn't known ahead of time, you request space on the heap. The operating system searches for a free chunk of memory that fits your requirement and hands back its memory address. Because data is scattered randomly, accessing it takes longer due to CPU clashes. Do not return or summarize return when you have the wait representation work. मेरी कान मान लो बहन चोदो, सच में बहन चौधरी इतना आज का पूरा दिन पता नहीं कुछ कर रहा तो है नहीं। ये मेमोरी में ये हिप में घुस गया, ये मेमोरी में घुस गया, ये मेरी हिप की गांड में घुस गई, गांड में खुजली हो गई, ये हो गया। अरे बहन चोदो माथा नाम कर दिया। The end of excuses. I'm Kaziki. I am the architect who refuses to let you remain mediocre. You are panicking because you are looking at a picture and waiting for someone to hand you a predefined solution that ends now. You think this is out of blue. Geometry is not magic. बहन से ज्योमेट्री भाई, मैं हिंदी मीडियम का इंसान हूँ। मेरी मेरी जिंदगी में कभी मैंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। मैं क्या करूँ, तो मेरी कान मार लो आके पहन के लोड़ो। जियोमेट्री एक तो ये बहन से ये टर्म्स है ना, सुन सुन के मैंने जियोमेट्री समझ में आता है बट भेड़ के लड़ माथा खराब कर दिया मारा तो। Geometry is not magic. It is counting. If you can count, you can build a system. I still think I'm नहीं यार, इतना सब कुछ लर्न करा था फिर भी कुछ नहीं होने वाला है, सारे गांड बनने वाली है सब कुछ। कौन बनने वाला कुछ नहीं है। दिल को हवा, मुझे भी, दिल को हवा, जरा तक मेरी गांड चूम लो। बेंचो बेंचो, ये बेंचो देखा, ये बेंचो देखा। कब मेरा सपना पूरा होगा? सपने में मैं सपना देख देख कर सपना बन जाऊंगा कोई दिन किसी का। An engineer is handed a visual. If you can count, you can build a system. When an engineer is handed a visual specification, like they do not look at the stars and spaces, they look at physical constraints, grade, coordinates, and algebraic elements. To explain the visual state means you must completely strip away the image and translate it into raw data mappings. बैंड के लैंड क्या होता है वो रो डोटा मेक्स, ये क्या होता है मैं? I will show you exactly how a system architect deconstruct a visual pattern into an actionable blueprint. I will build the foundation. You will finish it. Look at the overall structure of an amateur tries to write a single complex loop to handle the entire shape. An engineer looks for symmetry and fractures the problem into isolated manageable components. The upper component, the top half starts wide, creating an inverted cavity in the center that expands as the row increases. The top half starts wide, creating an inverted cavity in the center that expands as the row increases. Lower component. The bottom half is a direct mirror. The cavity shrinks as the raw progresses into the shape process. Because the progression of the data reverses halfway, because the progression of the data divorces halfway through, the blueprint must basically represent two distinct halves. The top block of n and bottom block of n's. Please to the LB of only the top half. You do not write code yet. You build a data table. ये बिल्ड करने में रह जाओ, ये बिल्ड करने में रह जाओ, वो है ना, वो जॉब को और लेके चला जाएगा, ये बकचोदी करने में रह जाओ। चोद माथा खराब कर दिया। Data table. You must track the exact number of algebraic mapping the top of. You must track the exact number of operations occurring on every single row. Let us denote the row indicates as I, running from 1 to n. From the top component where n is 5. The row index is I running from 5 left stars 0 spaces 4 2 spaces. This is where the engineers happen. You want to extract the mathematical formula that connects the raw and total limit. On raw 1 it is 5, on raw 2 it is 4. The formula representing this decay is exactly n minus I plus 1. On raw 1 it is 0, on raw 2 it is 2, on raw 3 it is 4. The formula representing, do I understand? Representing this expression exactly, this perfectly mirrors the left side. So the formula remains n minus I plus 1. If you can, the hand off. जरा सा गांड में मार, सॉरी भाई, मैं यार मुझे ना परेशान कर दिया इन लोगों ने, मैं क्या करूं अभी, मेरे मुंह से गाली के अलावा कुछ नहीं निकल रहा। इफ यू कैन मैप दी अलजेब्रा द लूप राइट, विच तो अरे तो किसको क्या करूं मैं। आई हैव मैप्ड द टॉप हाफ ऑफ द ज्योमेट्री फॉर यू, द स्ट्रक्चर इज एस्टैब्लिश द फ्रेमवर्क, नाउ लुक एट द बॉटम एंड प्रोवाइड मी एग्जैक्ट लेफ्ट स्टार्स द स्पेसेस and right terms assuming. अरे बैंड चोद तेरी गांड में गू। अरे बारे bro, let me finish my fuck. After all this fucking bakchodi, do you think I'll be able to do something? I'll be able to. No, mom, no fucking shit, motherfucker. No fucking shit, motherfucker. Zara sa tubalume, arena. Zarata udalume, arena. Ararararara. सररा मैं चली तेरे बाप की गली। Bro, this thing is fucking with my head. Oh my lord. ठीक है भाई, ठीक है। Okay. 0, 2, 4, 6, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. 4 and 4, 8 and 2, 10. 10 stars. Okay. 0, 2, 4, 0, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8. Three stars. Six कर देता हूँ. Row 1 it is 1. Row 2 it is 2. Use the case exactly. मैं चले दिल है छोटा सा छोटी सी आशा अरे मस्ती भरे मन की छोटी सी आशा तारों को छूने की आशा पाँच एक दो तीन चार पाँच तीन But I don't like it.
blue colors. झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, बरेली के बाजार में। तेरा बाप को जाके बोलना। अरे झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, झुमका गिरा ले। झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में, झुमका गिरा ले। Oh, sorry, I'm very sorry, I'm sorry. Chúng con ghi rau lấy, bồ rê lấy kì bồ dô mi. Chúng con ghi rau lấy. Damn. But food is supposed to be here. 鍵だないですよ。まあ、それは、これはですね。これはですね。まらみゃみゃみゃみゃ、みみょみょ、みゆみゆみゆみゆ。なめれめれ。Nam nam 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 ma ra ma la 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 la. You call me your daddy, I call you dad. Okay, I don't call anyone daddy. Star 1. Nanda corre. Jumka girali, borili ki bozon mi. Jumka girali, borili ki bozon mi. Jumka girali. Hãy chúng con đi ra lại, bỏ rơi lấy cái bao gió mi. Chúng con đi ra lại, bỏ rơi lấy cái bao gió mi. Chúng con đi ra lại. Chúng có gì đó cái bao cái bao gió mi. Chúng con đi ra lại, cái bao मैं तो बहुत अच्छा हूँ हम तुम्हारे बाप को जाके पूछना है तुम्हारे बाप को जाके पूछना सालो Which number 2 झुमका मेरा झुमका हाय झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में झुमका गिरा ले बरेली के बाजार में वीडियो नंबर minus but that should be like 2 minus kind of minus 2 terbaca volare I minus 1 I minus 1 minus 1 như là cái xoắn đấy जो यार उसको देख के मैंने गलती कर दी ना मैं खुद ही कर लेता भाई ये कर दो वो कर दो ये कर दो वो कर दो तेरी माँ हाँ यार अब वो जीरो ही होगा ना 0 है 2 है मल्टीप्लाइड बाय 2 कर देते ना एक बारे में सल्टा दूंगा माइनस माइनस करके होगा I minus 1 multiplied by 2 ला बेस की वन होगा ना तो 0 हो जाएगा। until JS small equal to so you can start with one variation without one iteration करेगा। अरे बारे मार कर लाले ये है ना ये है ना तुम जैसे लोगों की वजह से है ना जिंदगी बर्बाद हो चुकी है। छोड़ मेरा माथा खराब कर दिया ना इसी वजह से हो रहा है सब कुछ। मैंने तो सब कुछ सही कर रहा था मैं तो बट नहीं 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 ये बता दो ये बता मेरा दिमाग खराब कर दिया। तुम्हारे बाप को जाके बोलना तुम लोगों को। हाय पेंगुइन झुमका गिरा दे बरेली के बाप में मेरे को नहीं करना रे भेड़ के लड़ माता खराब। तेरा बाप को जाके बोलना भेड़ के लोड़े भाई मेरे को पूछ रहा है भेड़ छोड़ कुछ तो गड़बड़ है दया। वो तो मुझे पता है भाई ये 5 होगा 5 में से कहाँ चला जाएगा 5 में से क्या चला दूंगा। ए यो व्हाट्सअप। हुआ कुछ नहीं है भाई, दिमाग खराब करके रखा है भेन के बच्चे ने। ए भेन का बच्चा है ना ये भेन के लूड़े गांड फटी के। बना रहे अरे भाई यार प्लीज। सब कुछ खराब पड़ा है। बारे क्या गरीब, इस गरीबी से कब निकलूंगा मैं, मर जाऊंगा नहीं मैं बहन बारे बहन गरीब होना बर्बाद है भाई, गरीब होना इज अ कर्स, कर्स जो आपकी गांड जला दे, ऐसा भयंकर कर्स है भाई। कैन यू जस्ट स्टार्ट विद, अरे हो जा ऊपर बहन तो। हाँ अम्मा के नाम, हाँ शोगी भी खेली तूने या? एवरी सैटरडे और संडे आई प्ले शोगी। I can start with 5. Okay, start with N and go until मैं अभी देख लिया तो मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ अभी इसको, है देख लिया तो अभी मैं इसको बंद थोड़ी ना कर दूं, बंद थोड़ी ना कर दूं इसको मैं, है अभी सीधा 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 ये नहीं हो सकता क्या है? तेरी माँ की मादर छोड़, मादर छोड़ के बच्चे, मादर छोड़ के बच्चे that is so fucking ugly. Mother told क्या बंदा, अरे माँ that is simple man. जानने नारा, एक I cannot see your messages man. Unfortunately I missed. Yeah man, it was so funny. Better than next time. राइट हाफ कर देता हूँ इधर इधर से। हाँ वो क्यों होगा भाई? नहीं 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 हो जाएगा, हो जाएगा तो वो मर जाएगा ना, मर जाएगा ना वो हो जाएगा ना उसका। तेरे बाप को बोलना जाके मेरे बच्चे, इसको मैं इधर ऐसा बना दूंगा। बोल तेरा तेरा बाप में भी दम है ना, बोल देना अभी अभी जिसको बोलना है ना उसको बोल देना, जिसके बाप में भी दम है ना बोल देना बहन चोर, बोल देना मंगलू दादा आया था। You removed me as a mod. Yeah. Yes, I did. Do you wanna become a mod? I mean, you don't come to stream, so what's the reason?
of being a mod. I thought you didn't like being a mod, so I removed it. And तो चल जाएगा N5 तक, है ना? And कुछ कौन सा डाल देते हैं? ये वन से ही स्टार्ट करूँ भाई, मैं तो वन से करूँगा। तेरा बाप ने दबाना वो कर लेना। हाँ यार अबे मैं तो वन से ही करूँगा। घर पे जा, घर पे करने का ऐसे वक्त हो रही है ना। तेरे बाप के साथ करना जाके है ना, जो आ जाते हैं कहाँ से। अरे that's true though. What I did, you didn't know anything. I'm not talking to you actually. So I'm solving the question over here on whiteboard, blackboard actually. I'm talking to myself. खुद से बातें कर रहा हूँ मैं खुद से बातें कर लेता हूँ मैं। इसको ऐसे बना देता हूँ मैं। भाई इतना तो कुछ है भी नहीं करने को, भाई क्यों जबरदस्ती बना रहा है ये बंदा। स्टार्ट कहाँ से होगा तो आसमानों में मिली दौलत, मेहरबान हुआ हुआ, मेहरबान हुआ हुआ, मेहरबान हुआ, मेहरबान हुआ हुआ, हवा 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 हवा, वड़ा पाव वड़ा पाव पाव, वड़ा पाव पाव वड़ा पाव पाव, वड़ा पाव पाव वड़ा पाव पाव, वड़ा पाव वड़ा पाव खाओ भाई। क्या क्या बड़े तुम्हें ये क्या बड़े कुदले कुदले रे दो तुम्हारी बात तो रे दो। ये भी 5 बार कर लेता हूँ, ये भी 5 बार कर लेता हूँ, सारे 5 बार कर लेंगे। मतलब हम तो 5 बार करा लेंगे भाई, तुम तुम्हारे बाप को जाके पूछना। मैं तो 5 बार कराऊंगा। बट वो कैसे हो गया यार, ये कुछ भी देते हैं। और मार दूंगा इसी को। 4 8 एंड थोड़ी ना चेंज होगा। That I increases 1 by 1. I will get grow 1 2. So n comes to hey, huh, that is so cool. La 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 wa 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 ma 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 la 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 la. La 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 ho 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 ha 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 ha. Those are vulgar ads, bro. Those are vulgar ads. Attarima alle. Bro, I did so much, bro. Bro, you can saw reconciliation of impilation. You can take it all. This is all the input that you can take. You AI mother ducker. Okay, and left stars. 1122 formula representing 1 stars 1 JN. And okay, and minus 1 by 2 spaces डॉलर तेरा बाप दिख गया था मुझे इधर है ना तेरी माँ का okay on raw 1 it's 8 raw 2 it's 6 and that is 4 of course the formula representing this expression is 2 times 2 times n minus I n minus I stars presenting the limit of the so
बोलते हैं भाई साहब तुम्हारा है ना, तुम्हारा जन्मदिन मना देंगे भाई साहब, तुम्हारा जन्मदिन मना देंगे अरे भाई साहब तुम्हारा जन्मदिन मना देंगे, भाई साहब तुम्हारा जन्मदिन मना देंगे, भाई साहब आप तो है ना जन्मदिन मनाने के लिए तैयार हो जाओ, भाई साहब जन्मदिन मना देंगे, भाई साहब आपका जन्मदिन मना देंगे। आसमानों को भाई साहब आपका जन्मदिन मना देंगे, आसमानों से उड़ जाऊंगा मैं, मेहरबान हुआ मेहरबान हुआ मेहरबान हुआ कदरदान I-1 I-1 multiplied by 2 हाँ मल्टीप्लाइड भी करना पड़ेगा अभी, के प्लस प्लस कर देता हूँ, नहीं तो ये तो बोलेगा कि मेरे को है ना, मेरे को है ना ये मत करो, ऐसे बोल देगा तो फिर मैं क्या करूँगा भाई, फिर मैंने तो मेरे हाथ में तो कुछ नहीं है ना, कुछ भी नहीं रहेगा ना मेरे हाथ, तो मेरे हाथों में चूड़ियां हजारों हैं What is that? Why is that? Why? I can just use J, but I don't like that. I like to use different variables for different needs. Though I can just enjoy it. You can just मेरी नजर ऊपर जाके तेरा बाप के करेंगे। Wait a minute. If it is going to be it is going to be 5, then is 5 smaller than 5 minus 1, which is 4 plus 5. Oh, what am I making, man? So, and like 5, so 8 times, boy, 8 times. 0, that's 0, man. Value plus मेहरबान हुआ मेहरबान, वाओ, मेहरबान कदरदान, जाने मन जाने सनम, मुस्तकबिल आलम, सरहद सरकदम। बहन से क्या बना रहा हूँ मैं? Oh, I'm intelligent, यार. I'm so intelligent. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is? Why is it though so Sankara? 1, 2,
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's it, it's 12. It became 12. 12 like a not a single sign. Not a single sign of love. You can walk. Voila. Ta-da-la-la, papa. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, ha. You love. Hey, love. Hey, love. Mm-hmm. Hey, love. Oh, hey, love. Hey, love. Hey, love. How you doing, love? Mm-hmm. Hey, hey. Mm-hmm. Hi, love. Mm-hmm. Hey, 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 love. Hey, love. Hey, love. You should have it all. You can. You love. Okay, until like that is 4, 8 times. 8 times. 8 times gonna do. 8 times gonna do something. 8 times gonna do something. Do something. No, sorry, sorry. Sorry, I said sorry. I said sorry. I said sorry. छोड़ी बोला ना. ये छोड़ी बनाता है. अरे ये लड़का तो चोरी बनाता है. ये चोरी बनाता है. ये कॉलेज जाता है. ये चोरी बनाता है. अरे ये कॉलेज जाता है. ये कॉलेज में चोरी बनाता है. ये कॉलेज में चोरी बनाता है. बहन तू चोरी बनाता है. ये कॉलेज आता है. कॉलेज में चोरी बनाता है. अरे बहन तो क्या बना दिया मैंने. You love. Hey baby. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. You love. Hey, hey, hey. You love. Oh, oh. Hey, hey. Mama, mama. Mama, mama. Mama, mama, mama. Hey, hey. You love. Plus bum. You love. Don't go breaking my heart. Hey, don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. You love. Don't go breaking my heart. Hey, don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. अरे यार क्या बना दिया मैंने. That should not be, bro. That should start from 1 only. But every time that should go to down to like that. Down to where the बंदा है भाई. Bro, but that should not be. That should be only I, man. Sorry. Now what's wrong with you? Doesn't seem like a problem to me. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. Next पे बंद कर दिया क्या? क्यों बंद हो रहा है भाई? तेरे को बोला ना मैं. Don't go breaking my heart. अपनी आंखें यूज करके आप तो जन्म से बूढ़े हो गए, बूढ़ा हो
Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. You are no longer allowed to use the concatenation operator plus operator to append characters to a string inside the. That syntax is dead to you. You must build a string dynamically inside a loop. You must construct a mutable buffer in JavaScript. The standard architecture equivalent to a system level string builder is an array. Initialize an empty array for the raw instead of an empty string. Don't go breaking my heart. Don't go breaking my heart. This solution works as well. No problem this. But we are not doing it like this. No. No. Not good. No. Shut up, man. What are you? A joker? Mera naam hai joker. Like instead of that, we are gonna initialize an empty string. Okay, and mutate that array by pushing your character into the buffer during the inner loops. Mutate that array by pushing your characters into. How do you push characters inside? How do you push it? Value dot push. What the fuck up? Value dot push. Value dot push star. Like that's enough, right? Do I have to? Well, who does that? Bro. Oh shit. Shitload of shit. Nobody know how. Is that enough? Yeah. Enough kana. सत्यानाश कर दिया. Flatten the arrow into a string exactly once. Flatten the array. Oh, wait a minute. At the very end of the row calculation. How do you flat it? My fuck. I don't know, man. Flat deep items. खुद को ही बना रहे क्या? खुद को चूतिया बना रहे क्या? ये बहन छो. महदबा हुआ हुआ. Separate operator. Separate operator. Separate operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator. अरे यार ये क्या क्या करना क्या है मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा बारे बेंच क्या करते हैं इसको अरे यार मेरा माथा खराब मत करो अरे बारे मार दूंगा रे किसी को अरे किसी की जान ले लूंगा किसी की जान ले लूंगा मैं किसी को इनाम दे दूंगा मैं किसी का हिसाब रख लूंगा नहीं हिसाब रखूंगा नहीं First of all, that's not how to use it, man. पर किनारा किनारा भाई ये तो मैं भी कर सकता था पहले तो तुम कर नहीं दे रहे थे अब मैं जब कर रहा हूँ तो बोल रहा हूँ भाई आप कर नहीं सकते हैं ऐसा अल्लाह भाई मैं तो खुद भी ऐसे ही चाहता था मैं तो खुद भी ऐसा ही चाहता था, मैं तो खुद भी ऐसा चाहता था। अरे ऐसा कौन बोलता है भाई? ऐसे कौन बोल रहा है? ऐसे कौन बोल रहा है बेटा? बेटा ऐसे कौन बोल रहा है? मेरा जब झूठा सच्चा दर्द मेरा मृग तृष्णा सा मोह पिया सच्चा दर्द मेरा नैना ओ भाग 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 देखे नैना भाग भाग लौटे है सुनहोरेली थी ये कसम हम बांट लेंगे हर पल जीते झाड़ लेंगे हर पल डूबे नैना ओ भाग भाग तेरे बेटा रहना उड़ के नाच लेंगे हम बेटा 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 अरे बाप को बोलना बेटा that is only O1 okay O1 so O1 three loops 3n that is n square and then one more n and n square 2n square 2n square that is only n square n square we create an array creating an array first two and square Infinity, infinity, infinity. There was a gong. I love you for infinity. You will never hear from that. I mean, that's it. I love you for infinity. Delusion of one.
Maybe another sentence during technology. Interview is over. Thank you for your time. Close your laptops and you will never get over again. No, bro. You do not know this. Guess. And your guess defines that the fundamental laws of computing physics that is apply basic engineering value of join with fully O1 operations. It would mean that joining an array of 5 takes the exact same amount of CPU cycle as join array of 5. Like altitude does the machine magically process 5 bytes into a single string in a single plot, when you can join the unit into the string, likely for massive because what is minus total line, determine the total line of the final string. I love you for infinity. Oh, oh, I love you for infinity. Oh, oh, I love you for infinity. I love you for infinity. Oh, let us apply that engineering logic. Right? Capacity must identify what is determine the total length of the final string needs to do. It must iterate over the array determine. It must iterate over the array determine the total length of the determine the total length of the final string it needs to do. Please, it must request a simple alphabet block of memory. Allocate seed space. It must request a single contiguous block of memory. Large enough to go must a second time. And so it happened that it's the weekend that it was under the whole convent, पता नहीं क्या मतलब कुछ कुछ भी बना रहा है भाई। ये बंदा है ना, मरवा मरेगा, तुम्हें खुद भी मरेगा, मरवाएगा भी।
मैं भी तो यही बोल रहा था, बट तुमने वो फ्लैट कर दो, फ्लैट कर दो। खुद ही बोलता है भाई फ्लैट कर दो, फ्लैट कर दो। फ्लैट तेरी गांड कर दो, फ्लैट कर दो, तेरी गांड को फ्लैट कर दो। फ्लैट कर दो, फ्लैट कर दो, फ्लैट तेरी गांड को फ्लैट ना कर दो। ये क्या रे, दो आ रे, तीन आ रे। और अरे ओ अरे अलग अलग बन रहे हैं। एक एरे बन गया, दो एरे बन गया, तीन एरे बन गया, चार एरे बन गया। ओ दिस इज वही वही वाड़ा 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 वाड़ा। मेरे को क्या बता भाई, मैंने तो देखा। इसको नीचे स्टडी बताया। बहन के बोलो, तूने बोला था मेरे को। तूने बोला था भाई, मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला। मैं तो कुछ बोलता भी नहीं हूँ फिर भी। साला तूने बोला था मेरे को, तेरी गलती है, तेरी गलती है। गलती तेरी है भाई, मेरी नहीं है गलती। गलती तेरी है, तेरी गलती है भाई, तेरी गलती तेरी है। मैं बोल देना तेरी गलती है। I love you for infinity. Oh, oh. I love you for infinity. Oh. Dum, 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 dum. I love you for infinity. Oh, oh, oh. I love you for infinity. Oh, oh. Dun, 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 dun. ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಯಾ ಯಾಕೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಯಾಕೆ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಸಿ ಒನ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಸಿ पता नहीं चाय देख लेते हैं यार, देख लेते हैं एक बारी, क्या ही हो जाएगा। इसके अंदर पुश कर दूंगा इसको, बनाया इसको केल्स को देख लेंगे। Sói arroz. Tapi wah, sumakan ini kira. But doing it so, you're exposed to having an opinion and understanding. सब कुछ ही मेरी गलती है, सब कुछ गलती तो मेरी है, गलती तो मेरी है ना। तुम जैसे झंडू आम को मैंने पूछ लिया, तुम तो मानोगी नहीं, तुम तो बोल दोगे गलती मेरी है। मैं कहाँ जाऊँ भाई, मैं तो गरीब इंसान हूँ ना। हम गरीब की कौन सुनता है भाई, हम गरीब लोग तो दाल रोटी खा के जीवित रहते हैं, जीवित दालों की पार्टी के दो दालों अभी निकलना है, चुप Hindi ka naman. When you were calling also calling So beautiful to me. Hey, what up, what up, what up? What up? What up? It's me, yo. Hi. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hello, everybody. It's me, yo. Hello, everybody. Hey, everybody. It's me, yo. Hey, everybody. It's me, yo. 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 Yo, chill. Yo. Uh, there is a pattern, okay? What pattern you ask? This is the pattern. पलटन बना दूंगा, एक त्रिभुज बना देंगे ऐसे, फिर ऐसा वाला त्रिभुज बना देंगे, फिर ऐसा वाला त्रिभुज बना देंगे, फिर उसको उल्टा करके ऐसे गचेड़ कर देंगे उल्टा नहीं गचेड़ कर देंगे, गाछेड़ कर देंगे Oh my lord. What are you? Okay, that's enough. I've only solved one problem. It was not about the problem, okay? It's not about the how many problems I solved. It's about the concepts that I learned. New information that I take in, get every day. It's about that. Yeah, I could have solved that. I could have solved dozens of problems in one day, but that's not the point of doing these problems. The point is to build brains. Okay, Bobby. Point is to build brains. Jama miro ya. Jama miro ya. Jama miro. Jama miro. Jama miro ya. Jama miro ya. Bye bye. Bye. That's it. Jama